Good evening. I'm Walter, and I'm very glad you're here tonight. The cottage has grown wonderfully quiet this evening. The last dishes have long since been put away. The lamps are glowing softly in their corners, and the fire has settled into that slow, steady crackling that somehow makes the whole room feel warmer. Mabel is here beside the hearth tonight, too, curled comfortably in her chair, with her knitting resting in her lap, though I suspect she's spent more time listening to the fire than knitting this evening. Well, it's rather difficult not to on evenings like this.
Everything feels so peaceful tonight, doesn't it? And I must admit, I've been especially looking forward to this story. There's something about Anne of Green Gables that always makes me feel wonderfully cozy. All those quiet country roads, little white farmhouses, wild flowers in the garden, and the sort of imagination that turns ordinary days into something magical. And somehow, it feels like exactly the right sort of story for an evening like this.
So wherever you are tonight, whether you're already tucked comfortably beneath blankets or simply beginning to settle in after a long day, allow yourself to grow a little more comfortable now. There's nowhere you need to be, nothing important left waiting for you tonight, only this quiet hour and the story ahead of us. And tonight, we'll travel together to the peaceful countryside of Green Gables, where warm kitchen lights glow against the evening sky, where the trees whisper softly along quiet lanes, and where a bright young girl with a wonderfully imaginative heart is about to change a quiet little home forever. Tonight, our story is Anne of Green Gables, a gentle tale of friendship, belonging, countryside evenings, and the small beautiful moments that stay with us for years. So let the day slowly drift away now. Let your breathing settle into its own calm and easy rhythm. Inside, the fire crackles softly beside us, and when you're ready, we can begin. Once upon a time, in a gentle corner of the English countryside, where the hills rolled softly like sleeping cats and the hedgerows were thick with honeysuckle and wild rose, there was a small farm called Green Gables. It sat at the end of a long winding lane, the kind of lane where the grass grew tall and feathery down the middle, and the trees on either side leaned toward each other overhead, making a long whispering tunnel of green. In the evening, when the light turned golden and slow, the lane seemed to glow from within, as though the earth itself was quietly, contentedly breathing. The farmhouse was old and warm and perfectly worn in all the right places. Its stone walls were the color of pale honey, and the window frames were painted a soft, faded white that had gone slightly cream with the years. Climbing roses grew up one side of the house, their petals the softest blush pink, and in the evenings their scent drifted through every open window and settled over everything like a gentle, fragrant mist. Behind the house was the stable, and the stable was the heart of Green Gables. It was a low, wide building with a roof of old mossy slate, and inside it smelled of warm hay and clean straw and the deep, earthy comfort of animals resting. 3 lanterns hung from the heavy wooden beams, and they burned with a soft amber light that never flickered too sharply, only swayed the gentlest bit when the night breeze found its way through the gaps in the old wooden walls. That amber light fell over everything in the stable like warm honey poured slowly from a jar, and it made even the shadows feel soft and safe. It was in this stable, on a quiet Tuesday evening in early summer, that something rather wonderful was about to happen. Matthew Cuthbert was a large, gentle old cart horse with a coat the color of warm chestnuts and a mane that had gone slightly silver at the temples. He moved slowly and thoughtfully through the world, the way very wise creatures often do, and he had a habit of standing very still in the evenings and simply listening to the countryside settle itself down for the night. His sister, Marilla, was a sturdy, sensible grey mare with kind dark eyes and a no-nonsense way of holding her head that suggested she had seen quite a lot of the world and had formed very reasonable opinions about most of it. She kept the stable tidy and the other animals calm, and she was the sort of creature who always knew where the extra blankets were kept and whether the water trough had been filled. Together, Matthew and Marilla had lived at Green Gables for many years, and they were comfortable and content in the way that only creatures who have found exactly the right place in the world can be. But lately, the stable had felt just a little bit quiet, not unhappily quiet, just the kind of quiet that makes you aware of the empty stall in the corner, the one with the fresh straw and the small wooden bucket that had been cleaned and set out hopefully, waiting. Matthew had mentioned one evening that perhaps they might take in a young animal who needed a home, a foal perhaps, or a young lamb, someone small and gentle who needed looking after. Marilla had considered this for a long time, the way she considered everything, turning it over carefully in her mind, the way you might turn over a smooth stone to see what was underneath. And then she had said quietly that yes, she thought that might be a very good idea indeed. So they had sent word through the network of hedgerow sparrows and meadow mice who carried messages across the countryside that Green Gables had a warm stall and a willing heart, and that they were ready to welcome someone new. The evening the message came back was a soft grey evening in June, with low clouds moving slowly overhead and the smell of rain already in the air. The swallows were flying low over the meadow, which always meant rain was coming, and the whole countryside had that hushed, expectant feeling it gets just before the first drops fall. Matthew was standing at the gate of the lane when he heard the sound of small hooves on the path. He looked up, and there, coming along the lane through the green tunnel of trees, was the most extraordinary little creature he had ever seen. She was a young red fox, small and slight, with a coat the color of autumn leaves, all deep copper and warm amber and the faintest hint of gold. Her ears were very large for her head, which gave her a permanently alert and curious expression, and her tail was long and magnificently bushy, tipped with white like the first frost on a morning field. She was carrying a small bundle tied up in a blue cloth, and she was walking with the careful, deliberate steps of someone who is trying very hard to appear confident, while secretly feeling rather uncertain about everything. She stopped when she saw Matthew, and her large amber eyes went very wide. Then she smiled, and it was the kind of smile that starts slowly and then takes over the whole face, warm and genuine and completely unguarded. "Hello," she said. "I expect you must be Matthew. I've been imagining what you might look like all the way along the lane, and I had decided you would be tall and kind-looking, and I was right on both counts, which is very satisfying. I'm Anne Shirley, though I do wish my name was something more romantic, like Cordelia or Rosalind. But Anne is what I have, so Anne is what I use. I hope that's all right." Matthew, who was not a creature of many words, looked at this small, bright-eyed fox with her enormous ears and her white-tipped tail and her bundle of blue cloth, and he felt something warm and certain settle in his chest, the way a cat settles into a favorite spot by the fire. "It's perfectly all right," he said. "Welcome to Green Gables, Anne." The rain began just as they reached the stable door. It came softly at first, a gentle pattering on the mossy slate roof, and then it settled into a steady, even sound. The kind of rain that has no urgency to it at all, that simply falls because falling is what it does, quietly and persistently, and without any fuss. It was the most comforting sound in the world, that rain on the old stable roof. And Anne stopped just inside the doorway and stood very still, listening to it. "Oh," she said softly. "Oh, that is a beautiful sound." The 3 lanterns swung their amber light across the straw, and the other animals of Green Gables looked up from their evening rest to see who had arrived. There was Mrs. Rachel Lynde, a large and comfortable tabby cat who lived in the corner stall and considered herself the keeper of all local knowledge. She was sitting very upright on her favorite bale of hay, her striped tail wrapped neatly around her paws, watching Anne with the sharp, assessing gaze of someone who forms opinions quickly and holds them firmly. There was Gilbert Blythe, a young brown hare with quick, dark eyes and an easy, confident way of sitting that suggested he was comfortable in his own skin and generally found the world an interesting place. He was leaning against the far wall, eating a piece of clover, and he looked at Anne with frank, friendly curiosity. There was Diana Barry, a small, round-faced badger with a glossy black and white coat and the most genuinely warm smile Anne had ever seen. She was sitting near the water trough, and when Anne came in, she sat up straighter, and her eyes went bright with immediate, uncomplicated friendliness. And there was old Mr. Harrison, a large tortoise who lived near the stable door and moved through life at a pace that suggested he had decided long ago that there was no particular hurry about anything, and that this decision had served him very well. Anne looked at all of them, and all of them looked at Anne, and the rain fell steadily on the roof above, and the lanterns glowed their warm amber glow, and the whole stable smelled of hay and clover and the faint sweetness of the roses that grew just outside the door. "This," said Anne, very quietly, "is the most beautiful place I have ever been." Marilla came in from the far end of the stable, shaking a few drops of rain from her gray mane, and she looked at Anne with the careful, measured look she gave to most things. Anne looked back at her with those large amber eyes, completely open and completely honest, not performing anything, just looking. Marilla had expected a foal, or perhaps a lamb. She had not expected a fox. And she had certainly not expected a fox who looked at you as though you were the most interesting thing she had seen all day, and who seemed to be composing a detailed internal description of everything around her at considerable speed. "You're smaller than I expected," Marilla said. "I know," said Anne cheerfully. "I'm often smaller than people expect, but I make up for it in other ways. I talk quite a lot, for instance. I hope that won't be a bother. I've been told it can be a bother, but I find that if I'm talking, I'm not worrying. And worrying seems much worse than talking. So on balance, I think talking is the better option. Don't you?" Marilla looked at her for a long moment. "Come and have some supper," she said. "You must be hungry after your journey." And that, in its way, was Marilla saying yes to everything. Supper in the stable was a quiet, lovely thing. They ate together in the warm amber light, the rain still falling steadily outside, drumming its soft rhythm on the roof and running in thin silver streams down the window glass. Someone had left the small side door open, just a crack, and through it came the smell of wet grass and earth and the faint sweetness of the honeysuckle that grew along the fence. And it mixed with the smell of the hay and the warm animal smell of the stable, until the whole place felt like the most sheltered, most enclosed, most perfectly safe corner of the world. Anne ate her supper very neatly and very quietly, which surprised everyone a little, because she had given the impression of being a creature who did everything at considerable volume. But she was tired from her journey, and the warmth of the stable, and the sound of the rain, and the amber glow of the lanterns were working on her the way they worked on everything, slowly and gently, softening the edges of things, making the world feel smaller and kinder and more manageable. She looked around at the other animals as she ate, and she was already composing names for things in her mind, the way she always did, because naming things made them feel more real and more hers. The lane she had walked down, she had already decided to call the Avenue of Whispering Trees. The meadow she had glimpsed through the gate, with its long grass and its scattered wildflowers, she was going to call the Meadow of 1,000 Colors. The old apple tree she had seen leaning over the garden wall, its branches heavy with small green fruit, she was going to call the Snow Queen, because she could imagine how it would look in blossom, all white and magnificent against the spring sky. She hadn't told anyone these names yet. She was saving them up like small treasures for the right moment. After supper, when the plates were cleared and the lanterns had been turned down to their lowest, softest glow, the animals of Green Gables settled into their evening rest. Mrs. Rachel Lynde curled herself into a perfect circle on her hay bale and closed her eyes with the satisfied expression of someone who has gathered all the information she needs for one day and is now processing it at leisure. Old Mr. Harrison pulled his head slowly inside his shell, which he did every evening at precisely the same time, with the air of someone performing a long-established and deeply satisfying ritual. Gilbert Blythe stretched out his long hare's legs and folded his ears down, and was asleep almost immediately, the way young creatures with easy consciences often are. Diana Barry settled herself comfortably near the water trough, tucked her nose under her striped tail, and was soon breathing in the slow, even rhythm of deep, untroubled sleep. Matthew stood in his stall, his great chestnut head drooping gently, his eyes half closed, listening to the rain. And Marilla, before she settled herself for the night, came quietly to the small stall in the corner, the one with the fresh straw and the little wooden bucket, and she looked in at Anne. Anne was curled in the straw with her magnificent tail wrapped around herself like a blanket, her copper-colored ears folded down, her bundle of blue cloth tucked under her head as a pillow. Her eyes were still open, just barely, and she was looking up at the amber light of the nearest lantern as it swayed very gently in the night breeze. "Marilla," she said softly. "Yes," said Marilla. "Is this really my stall? My own stall that belongs to me?" Marilla looked at her for a moment. "Yes," she said. "It's yours." Anne was quiet for a moment, watching the lantern light. "I've never had a place that was mine before," she said. "I've always been somewhere temporary, somewhere I was staying until something else happened. But this feels different. This feels like somewhere I could stay for a very long time." "You can stay for as long as you like," said Marilla, and her voice was gruff in the way that voices sometimes are when they are carrying more feeling than they want to show. Anne smiled, and her eyes drifted closed. "I'm going to love it here," she murmured. "I already do." Marilla stood for a moment longer, listening to the rain, watching the small copper-colored fox settle deeper into the straw. Then she turned and went quietly to her own stall, and the stable was still, and the lanterns glowed, and the rain fell on and on, soft and steady and endlessly kind. The first morning at Green Gables arrived the way the best mornings do, slowly and gently, with no particular urgency. The rain had stopped sometime in the deep middle of the night, and the world outside had been washed clean and left to dry in the cool, pale light of early morning. The meadow was silver with dew. The roses on the farmhouse wall were heavy with water drops that caught the first light and held it, each one a tiny, perfect world. The lane was dark with moisture, and the trees along it dripped softly, steadily, long after the rain had gone, as though they were reluctant to let it go entirely. Anne woke before anyone else. She lay in her straw for a moment, blinking, remembering where she was. And then she remembered, and she felt the warm rush of it, the knowledge that this was Green Gables, that this was her stall, that the amber lantern above her was her lantern, and that outside the stable door was a whole countryside that she had not yet explored. She got up very quietly, so as not to wake anyone, and she slipped out through the small side door into the morning. The air was cool and damp and smelled of everything good. Wet grass and earth and the faint green smell of growing things. And somewhere, far off, the sweetness of something flowering that she couldn't yet name. She stood in the stable yard and breathed it all in, her large ears turning slowly, catching the sounds of the waking countryside. A wood pigeon somewhere in the orchard, its voice low and round and endlessly repetitive, like a lullaby that had forgotten it was supposed to end. A blackbird in the hedgerow, singing with the full-throated confidence of a creature who knows it is very good at what it does. The distant sound of a stream, running fast and bright after the night's rain. Anne walked to the gate of the lane and looked out. The avenue of whispering trees was beautiful in the morning light. The leaves were still wet, and they caught the pale gold of the early sun and turned it into something softer and more diffuse. A gentle, shifting light that moved across the lane as the breeze moved through the branches. The grass down the middle of the lane was bent with dew, and her paws were wet almost immediately. But she didn't mind. She liked the feeling of the cool, wet grass between her toes. It felt like the countryside saying good morning. She walked slowly down the lane, her tail held low and easy, her nose working at the rich morning air. She found a spider's web strung between two stems of cow parsley, hung with 100 tiny water drops, each one perfectly round and perfectly clear. She found a patch of wild strawberries growing at the base of the hedge, their small red fruits just beginning to ripen, sweet and faintly warm even in the cool morning. She found a place where the hedge had grown so thick and so old that it had formed a kind of natural room inside itself. A small, green, enclosed space, just large enough for a fox to sit in, with a floor of soft moss and a ceiling of interlaced branches, and a single shaft of morning light coming through a gap and falling on the moss like a spotlight on a stage. Anne sat in this small green room for a long time, very still, listening to the countryside wake up around her. This, she thought, was what it felt like to belong somewhere. When she came back to the stable, Matthew was standing at the gate, watching for her with the patient, unhurried attention of a creature who is not worried, but is paying attention nonetheless. "I found the most wonderful place," Anne told him, her eyes bright. "In the hedge, just down the lane. It's like a little room, all made of branches and moss. And there's a shaft of light that comes through in the morning and falls exactly in the middle of the floor. I'm going to call it the Green Cathedral. Do you think that's a good name?" Matthew considered this with the seriousness it deserved. "I think that's a very good name," he said. Anne beamed at him. "I knew you'd understand," she said. "I could tell the moment I saw you that you were the kind of creature who understands about names." Matthew smiled his slow, quiet smile, and they walked back to the stable together through the wet morning grass. And the wood pigeon was still singing in the orchard, and the roses on the farmhouse wall were beginning to open in the warmth of the rising sun. And everything was very peaceful and very good. The days at Green Gables settled into a rhythm that was as comfortable and as natural as breathing. Mornings were cool and quiet, full of dew and birdsong and the slow golden arrival of the sun over the eastern hills. Anne was always the first one up, and she spent her mornings exploring, finding new corners of the farm and the surrounding countryside, and giving them names that pleased her. She found a pond at the far edge of the meadow that she called the Lake of Shining Waters, because in the evenings, when the light was right, it did look exactly like shining water, the surface broken into 1,000 moving pieces of gold and silver. She found an old stone wall along the north side of the farm that was covered in soft gray-green lichen and had gaps in it where small ferns grew, and she called it the Wall of Ancient Things. She found a hollow oak tree at the edge of the wood that smelled of earth and old wood and something faintly sweet, and she called it the Dreaming Tree. And she went there sometimes when she wanted to think. Afternoons were warm and slow, the kind of afternoons that seem to last longer than they should in the best possible way. The animals of Green Gables went about their various occupations in the easy, unhurried manner of creatures who have nowhere particular to be and are content with that. Matthew stood in the meadow and watched the clouds. Marilla kept the stable in order and made sure everyone had what they needed. Mrs. Rachel Lynde sat in her corner and observed everything with great attention and occasionally offered opinions, whether or not they had been requested. And Anne talked. She talked to Matthew about the names she had given things, and he listened with genuine interest and occasionally offered a quiet observation that was always exactly right. She talked to Marilla about the countryside and the weather and the things she had found on her morning walks, and Marilla listened with the careful attention of someone who is taking in more than they are letting on. She talked to Diana Barry about everything and nothing, and Diana listened with the warm, uncomplicated attention of a creature who simply enjoys the company of others and finds most things interesting. Diana Barry became Anne's best friend within approximately 3 days of Anne's arrival, which was not surprising to anyone who knew either of them. It happened on a Wednesday afternoon, when the sun was warm and the meadow was full of the sound of bees, and Anne and Diana were sitting together near the Lake of Shining Waters, watching the light move on the surface of the water. "I've always wanted a best friend," Anne said. "A real one, the kind you tell everything to, the kind who knows all your secrets and keeps them perfectly, and who you can sit with in silence without it feeling awkward, and who makes ordinary things feel more interesting just by being there." Diana looked at her with her warm, dark eyes. "I've always wanted that too," she said. "Then let's be that for each other," said Anne simply. And Diana smiled her wide, genuine smile. And Anne smiled back. And the bees hummed in the clover, and the water shimmered. And it was as easy and as natural as that. The evenings at Green Gables were the most beautiful part of the day. As the sun moved toward the western hills, the light changed, going from the clear gold of afternoon to something richer and deeper, a warm amber that lay over the meadow and the lane and the farmhouse like a blessing. The shadows grew long and soft. The air cooled, and with the cooling came the evening scents, the stronger sweetness of the roses, the green smell of the damp grass, the faint wood smoke from somewhere far off across the fields. The animals drifted back to the stable as the light faded, one by one, in the easy, natural way of creatures following a rhythm they have always known. Matthew came in from the meadow, moving slowly and contentedly. Marilla came in from wherever she had been, shaking the evening dew from her mane. Mrs. Rachel Lynde descended from her hay bale, stretched elaborately, and resettled herself in her evening position. Old Mr. Harrison made his slow, deliberate way to his corner. Gilbert Blythe came bounding in from the lane with the easy energy of a young hare who has spent the afternoon doing exactly as he pleased. And Anne came in last, always, because she could never quite bring herself to leave the evening outside. She would stand in the stable doorway for a long moment, looking back at the meadow and the lane and the sky, watching the last of the light fade from gold to rose to the deep, soft blue of early night. She would watch the first stars appear, one by one, in the darkening sky above the hills. She would listen to the last birds settling into the hedgerows, their evening songs growing quieter and more intermittent until they stopped altogether, leaving only the sound of the night, the crickets beginning their steady, rhythmic song, the occasional soft call of an owl somewhere in the wood, the distant sound of the stream. Then she would come inside, and Matthew would light the lanterns, and the stable would fill with that warm amber glow, and everything would feel enclosed and safe and perfectly complete. One evening in late summer, when the days were still long and warm, but the evenings had begun to carry the first faint hint of autumn, Anne and Diana were sitting together in the stable after supper, listening to the rain. It had come on suddenly, as summer rain sometimes does, sweeping in from the west with a warm, rushing sound. And now it was falling steadily on the roof, filling the stable with its soft, continuous music. The lanterns swayed gently in the draft from the door, and their amber light moved across the straw in slow, easy waves. "Tell me a story," said Diana. Anne looked at her. "What kind of story?" "A comfortable one," said Diana. "The kind where everything turns out well, and nobody is frightened, and the ending is happy and quiet." Anne thought for a moment, her tail curled around her paws, her amber eyes soft in the lantern light. "All right," she said. "I'll tell you about a place I've been imagining. A place even more beautiful than Green Gables, if you can believe such a thing exists. A valley deep in the hills, where the grass is always green, and the stream is always clear, and the trees are so old and so tall that their branches meet overhead and make a cathedral of leaves. And in this valley, there is a small stone cottage. And in the cottage, there is always a fire burning. And outside the cottage, there is a garden full of every flower you have ever loved. And the bees are always in the garden, and the air always smells of something sweet. And it is always the best time of day, that golden hour just before evening, when everything is warm and still, and the light is perfect." Diana had closed her eyes. Her breathing had slowed. "And who lives there?" she murmured. "Everyone who needs somewhere to rest," said Anne softly. "Everyone who has been walking for a long time and needs to stop. Everyone who is tired and wants to be somewhere safe and warm and quiet. The door is always open, and there is always room, and no one is ever turned away." The rain fell on the roof, steady and soft. Diana was asleep. Anne sat quietly for a while, listening to the rain and the breathing of the sleeping animals around her. And she felt the deep, settled contentment of a creature who has found exactly where she belongs. Autumn came to Green Gables the way it always did, gradually, and then all at once. One morning, Anne woke to find that the air had changed overnight, had gone from the warm, green smell of summer to something crisper and more complex, carrying the faint sweetness of fallen apples and the dry, papery smell of turning leaves. The light was different too, lower and more golden, lying across the meadow at a longer angle, making everything look slightly more beautiful and slightly more temporary, the way things do when you know they are about to change. The trees along the lane were beginning to turn. The first leaves had gone gold at the edges, and a few had fallen already, lying in the wet grass of the lane like small, bright messages. The hedgerows were full of berries, deep red and glossy black, and the birds were busy in them from morning to evening, filling themselves up for the journey ahead. Anne loved autumn with a particular personal love. She loved the colors, the way the world seemed to catch fire slowly, going from green to gold to copper to the deep, burning red of the turning oaks. She loved the smell of it, that complex, layered smell of earth and leaves and cold air, and something faintly smoky that seemed to come from the season itself. She loved the way the evenings came earlier, drawing everyone inside sooner, making the stable feel even warmer and more enclosed, and more like the safest place in the world. She spent her autumn mornings walking the lane and the meadow and the edges of the wood, watching the season change. She found mushrooms growing in the damp grass at the base of the old oak, pale and perfect, arranged in a ring that she decided was a fairy circle and treated with appropriate respect. She found a hedgehog sleeping under a pile of leaves near the garden wall, curled into a perfect ball, already beginning its long winter rest. And she stood and looked at it for a long time, with a feeling of deep tenderness. She found the spider's web she had discovered in the summer, still strung between the same two stems of cow parsley, rebuilt and perfect, hung now not with water drops, but with tiny beads of morning frost that caught the low autumn sun and scattered it into 100 tiny rainbows. She stood and looked at this for a very long time. "Marilla," she said that evening, when they were settled in the stable with the lanterns lit and the first real fire of autumn burning in the small iron stove in the corner, "do you think the spider knows how beautiful her web is?" Marilla considered this. "I think she knows it's useful," she said. "Whether she knows it's beautiful is another question." "I think she must know," said Anne. "I think you can't make something that beautiful without knowing on some level that it's beautiful, even if you don't have words for it." Marilla looked at her for a moment. "Perhaps," she said. "I think that's what art is," said Anne. "Making something so carefully and so well that it becomes beautiful, even if you started out just trying to make something useful." The fire crackled softly. The lanterns glowed. Outside, the wind moved through the turning trees with a sound like the sea. Marilla said nothing, but she was thinking about what Anne had said, turning it over in her mind the way she turned over everything, carefully and thoroughly, and finding that it was true. The first frost came on a night in October, arriving silently while everyone slept, laying its white, delicate hand over everything. Anne woke to a world transformed. The meadow was white, every blade of grass outlined in frost, the whole field glittering in the pale morning light like something from a dream. The lane was white, the fallen leaves white-edged. The spider webs in the hedgerow turned to lace. The roses on the farmhouse wall had gone, their last petals fallen weeks ago. But the bare stems were outlined in frost and looked, Anne thought, like a drawing of roses, like the idea of roses, which was, in some ways, even more beautiful than the roses themselves. She stood in the stable doorway and looked at all of it, and she felt the cold air on her nose and in her lungs, clean and sharp and invigorating. And she felt the warmth of the stable at her back. And she thought that this was one of the best feelings in the world, standing at the boundary between cold and warm, between outside and inside, belonging to both. "It's the first frost," she told Matthew, who had come to stand beside her. "It is," he agreed. "Everything looks different," she said. "The same, but different. Like the world put on a new coat overnight." Matthew looked out at the white meadow and the white lane and the white-edged trees. "It does that every year," he said. "And every year, it's still surprising." Anne looked up at him. "Is that what you like about it?" "That's what I like about it," he said. They stood together in the doorway for a while, watching the frost catch the morning light, and the wood pigeon began its round, low song in the orchard. And somewhere in the distance, a robin was singing, its voice thin and sweet and brave in the cold air. And the whole world was very still and very beautiful. Winter settled over Green Gables like a great, soft blanket. The days grew short, and the nights grew long, and the stable became the whole world, warm and amber-lit, and full of the comfortable sounds of animals at rest. The iron stove burned steadily from morning to night, and the smell of wood smoke mixed with the smell of hay and the faint sweetness of the dried herbs that Marilla kept in bundles hanging from the rafters, lavender and rosemary, and something else, something warm and slightly spicy that Anne could never quite identify, but that she associated entirely with the feeling of being safe. The rain came often in winter, harder and more persistent than the summer rain, drumming on the roof with a steady, insistent rhythm that was, if anything, even more comforting than the gentle summer showers. Anne loved to lie in her straw on winter evenings and listen to the rain and watch the lantern light move on the ceiling and feel the warmth of the stove on her fur and hear the slow, even breathing of the other animals around her. She had never, in all her life before Green Gables, felt so completely at rest. She had not known before that rest was something you could feel in your whole body, not just in your muscles, but in some deeper place, in whatever part of you carries the weight of uncertainty and worry and the constant low-level effort of not knowing where you belong. She had not known that belonging somewhere could feel like putting down a heavy thing you had been carrying for so long you had forgotten you were carrying it. She knew it now. On the longest night of winter, when the darkness came early and stayed late, and the stars were very bright and very cold in the clear sky, the animals of Green Gables had a tradition. They gathered together in the center of the stable, all of them, and they told stories. Not long stories or complicated ones, just small, warm stories the kind that are really just memories, the kind that remind you of good things and good times, and the particular, irreplaceable pleasure of being exactly where you are. Mrs. Rachel Lynde told a story about a summer she remembered from long ago, when the meadow had been full of butterflies, hundreds of them, all different colors, moving through the long grass like pieces of a dream. Old Mr. Harrison told a story about a journey he had made once, very slowly, across a great meadow, and all the things he had seen along the way. The beetles and the earthworms, and the small, perfect world that exists at ground level, invisible to creatures who move too fast. Gilbert Blythe told a story about a morning in spring when he had run all the way to the top of the hill behind the farm and stood there in the wind and looked out over the whole countryside spread below him, green and gold and impossibly beautiful, and felt for a moment as though he could run forever. Diana Barry told a story about her mother and the way her mother used to hum while she worked. A low, tuneless, contented hum that meant everything was all right. And how Diana still sometimes heard it in her memory on quiet evenings, and how it still made her feel safe. Matthew told a story about the lane, about walking down it one evening in early summer, years ago, when the light was just right, and the air smelled of honeysuckle, and everything was so perfectly beautiful that he had stopped walking and simply stood there for a long time, not wanting to move in case moving broke the spell. And then everyone looked at Anne. Anne was quiet for a moment, her amber eyes soft in the lantern light, her tail curled around her paws. "I'll tell you about the first evening I came here," she said, "about walking down the lane in the rain and seeing the lanterns in the stable window, and coming inside and finding all of you, about the way the stable smelled, and the way the light looked, and the way Marilla said, 'Come and have some supper,' as though it was the simplest thing in the world, as though I had always been here and always would be. About lying in my straw that first night and listening to the rain and looking up at the lantern and knowing for the first time in my life that I was exactly where I was supposed to be." She paused. "I didn't have a word for it then," she said, "but I know the word now. The word is home." The stable was very quiet. The stove ticked softly. The lanterns glowed. Outside, the winter stars burned cold and bright in the clear sky, and the frost lay white and still over the meadow and the lane and the sleeping countryside. Marilla, who was not a creature who showed her feelings easily or often, reached over and touched Anne's copper-colored head very gently with her nose. "Yes," she said, "that's the word." And so the seasons turned at Green Gables, one into the next, each one bringing its own particular beauty and its own particular gifts. Spring came with its green explosion, the hedgerows suddenly full of white blossom, the meadow thick with new grass, the lane running with water from the melting frost, the whole world smelling of mud and growth and the particular electric freshness of things beginning again. Anne walked through it all with her nose working and her ears turning and her eyes wide, finding new things every day. A nest in the hedge, a patch of primroses under the old oak, the first swallows arriving from wherever swallows go in winter, cutting through the spring sky with their sharp, joyful wings. Summer came with its long golden days and its warm nights and its abundance of everything. Berries in the hedgerow and apples in the orchard, and the meadow so full of wildflowers that walking through it was like walking through a painting. The evenings were long and warm and full of the sound of crickets and the smell of the roses and the distant, dreamy sound of the stream. And the stable was full of the comfortable sounds of animals who have everything they need. Autumn came with its fire and its sweetness and its long amber evenings. And Anne walked the lane and the meadow and the edges of the wood and found beauty in every turning leaf and every frost-edged spiderweb and every mushroom ring in the damp grass. And winter came with its long nights and its steady rain and its warm, amber-lit stable. And the animals of Green Gables gathered close and told their stories and felt the deep, settled contentment of creatures who have found their place in the world. And through all of it, through every season and every weather and every ordinary, extraordinary day, Anne was there. She was there in the mornings, walking the lane in the dew, finding new things to name and new things to love. She was there in the afternoons, sitting with Diana by the lake of shining waters, talking about everything and nothing. She was there in the evenings, standing in the stable doorway, watching the last light fade from the sky, listening to the night settle in. She was there in the deep, quiet hours, lying in her straw with her tail wrapped around her, and the lantern glowing above her, and the rain on the roof, and the breathing of the other animals around her, feeling the deep, wordless peace of a creature who is exactly where she belongs. Green Gables held her, and she held Green Gables. And the lane whispered in the wind, and the meadow shone in the morning light, and the roses climbed the farmhouse wall, and the lanterns burned their warm amber in the stable night, and everything was, in the most complete and most quiet and most perfect sense of the word, all right. And now the night has come fully to Green Gables. The last light has faded from the western sky, leaving only the deep, soft blue of late evening. And the stars are coming out one by one, each one finding its place in the darkness with the quiet certainty of something that has always known where it belongs. In the stable, the lanterns burn low and warm, their amber light falling softly over the sleeping animals. The straw is deep and clean and smells of summer meadows. The iron stove ticks quietly as it cools. The roses outside the door have closed their petals for the night, holding their sweetness inside until morning. Anne is curled in her stall, her magnificent tail wrapped around her, her copper-colored ears folded down, her breathing slow and even and deep. She is dreaming, perhaps, of the lane in the morning light, or the lake of shining waters in the evening, or the small green room in the hedge where the shaft of light falls on the moss. Or perhaps she is not dreaming at all, but simply resting in the deep, dark, comfortable place where there are no thoughts and no words and no names for things, only the warmth and the quiet and the steady, gentle sound of the rain beginning again on the old mossy roof. The rain falls on Green Gables. It falls on the lane and the meadow and the farmhouse and the stable. It falls on the roses and the apple tree and the old stone wall. It falls on the lake of shining waters and the avenue of whispering trees and the green cathedral in the hedge. It falls on all the named and unnamed things, on all the beautiful and ordinary things, on all the sleeping and the resting things. And the lanterns glow, and the animals sleep, and the night holds everything gently, the way a good night always does, with patience and with warmth, and with the quiet, certain knowledge that morning will come, and the dew will be on the grass, and the birds will begin their singing, and the lane will be beautiful in the early light, and everything will be as it has always been, and always will be at Green Gables, perfectly, peacefully, completely well. Sleep now. The rain is falling. The lanterns are lit. You are safe and warm, and exactly where you are supposed to be.